Yeah. Sorry about that. Just finishing my lunch and enjoying the quality music. Not sure what song that is from. It's from a game, I mean. A Sega Genesis game. It might be Phantasy Star. Kinda sounds like Phantasy Star a little bit. Could be Phantasy Star. Alright. Before I came back, I was watching Scott Johnson, formerly of the Instance podcast. He does a radio, not a radio, he does a podcast stream with him and his friend on Twitch and YouTube called The Morning Show, I think. And then there's a couple things he does. So apparently they've been doing, they've hit like their 3,000 episode, I guess you would call it. Yeah, you know, like, it's crazy to think. Like, I'm like, damn, man. Like, I remember back watching the Instant, or not watching the Instant, listening to the Instant. Like, I was listening to that shit all the way back in, like, 07. You know, 2007, 2008. It was around that time I was in my 30s. Early 30s, like... I was like 31, I guess, when I started listening to them. Yeah, so now... No, I'm turning 50 in June. That's why it's kind of funny to me, like, thinking back to that. I'm like, god damn. Where did the time go? Now I'm old. Now I'm the old one. Like, they're super old, but now I'm old. To tell you the truth, it ain't all that bad. It's really not. Yeah, getting old is not the end all be all. Well, actually it is, then. You're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Except the insanely rich. Oh, the shit! We got a queue! We got a queue of behemoths! What the hell's going on? No. We might have to, like, change that. Yep, leave the queue. We are going to do a, data center swap. Or one of the dead realms. Right, give me that. Give me the most deadest realm. Probably Raphael or whatever that is. You're not gonna log in with a different character, travel time thing? Okay, whatever. Shouldn't take that long, it's a dead realm. Or server, sorry, I play WoW. Hey. Alright, oh, shit. Hold on, we're logging in, dude. I was gonna say, there should not be any queue times. This shit is daddy. Okay, so if we don't get the bonus for logging in here, we don't get the preferred realm shit. Okay, I guess that answers that question. Hold on. I know you're not seeing nothing. That's cool. Yeah, I guess like they're probably happy they're seeing people on here. I'm like, yeah, I ain't sitting there. Nah, sorry. No, thank you. Okay, what we got here? Oof. I'm like, where do I go? Alright, we have an award. Let's do that one. There we go. We don't need the music, so let's turn off the music for now, because we're not really doing eventful. Oh hey! I didn't know that. That's a thing to do. Okay. Or something new. Alright. So I'll wait for that shit to pop up. Alright, so today I've accidentally found a way to reverse hair loss without drugs. Right. So what's going on in the world today? 30 different yeah. Square Enix's Cozy Fox criticized for using AI art during Final Fantasy XIV. Yep, okay, great. Oh no.
Good evening.
What's happening here?
Do you feel like talking about
No. No, please, anything but having kinky sex.
having kinky
Fuck!
sex?
Ah, what the hell? Ah, my
No,
orange.
no, these are not the ancient texts! This is not the timeline!
Having kinky sex lately.
Yeah, Michael, we know! No!
Oh my god, that's awful.
Lily, I'm sorry!
Nintendo, where are the safeguards at, man?
I thought it was specific for the characters. I didn't know that everyone could have the dialogue option. Oh my god. No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're doing this the long way. It's always this one too. While that's doing that, that up. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Not, you know, like, I have that horrible habit of mine as, like, a WoW player keeps popping up in my head. Y'all, oh, Christ. Yeah, that's my move. Yeah, that's why we want to do that, because it's so good. Alright. Armo, don't want it. I'll take that. Oh, okay, pass. Leveled up, yeah, dude. Pair of Forces. Oh. Thunder Stertura. Nothing. Nothing. No. Nothing. I don't know. Yes. Okay. Nice job, everyone! I got 3 fucking levels out of that. Nice. Take that. Alright, they fucked off. They fucked off on me. Alright, there you go. Enter daily rent. Under staff. Got a bunch of stuff on. And we got another weapon coffer, so I might as well use that, right? Out of that, we got Stagboard staff, and oh, and that's an upgrade. Oh, that is an upgrade. Oh, thank you. Vitality, oh yeah. Yeah. Fucking blocking and rolling. What level are we? 25 now? 26, actually. And we got under 3. And so that's our RT. I'll tell you, I actually enjoy the leveling extremes now. This is more in line with World of Warcraft for me, and previously. Which was like story point after story point after story point with like dungeons, like a dungeon in between, you know. I'm like, after a while that became so fucking repetitive and dull. This I can get into because this is more in line with what I know and what I'm familiar with in like leveling in WoW now. Like retail WoW is very much like, you know, go where you want. And this is kind of, and actually, this is kind of go where you want, but not really. But it's not that restrictive, and I like it. You know, it's somewhat familiar. Now, this is about as far as I've ever gotten with Thaumaturge, so I'm gonna pay attention to this quest to see where it goes. Oh no wait no I've done this. Never mind, I forgot. I have done this. Yeah, this is where we go in and get whatchamacallit. The corrupted brother. Kokofuki. No one has agonized over Kokofuki's plight, and the measures I might have to take to extricate him from it. It would not do to call upon my thaumaturge colleagues. No, they would simply seek to obliterate my brother outright. Our teachings for the yawning abyss allow no further alternative. There is, however, one tiny glimmer of hope. I've had word that the scholars requested the destruction of Wormo's urn have returned from the expedition. They are currently in Camp Drybone, blowing the ink dry on the collective findings regarding the wretched void scent. I would ask that you go to these experts of otherworldly phenomena and beg permission to use their work. Can't drive it, there we go. Sorry. I know. Very crass looking, but... Oh, and I don't have the levies here. Let's see. What are the... what's the levy? 15? You know, if you seek the definitive work on Wormo, then seek no further. I have penned in an in-depth analysis of... No, I cannot read out loud. I've always been the fucking worst at it, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna stop myself. Well, who's this? Oh! So in the world, hold on, alright, so I didn't know that. Didn't know that they had that, actually. Hey, I'm already here. What are we doing? Wait, does he have one too? No, he doesn't have any. What the hell? Where's the third one at? Where's he hiding? the inside here, maybe? I don't see this guy anywhere. There's the Levy guy, but where the hell is the third one at? Where are you hiding them? I mean, it can't be him, right? Ah, there it is. Ugh. Dude, I want to die this flat. I don't, yeah. Dude, I want to die this flat. I need to get die. Alright, let me find out. Hold on, let me find out where you get that. Where to find my black dot. I don't know what the hell's going on with the AI shit. Yeah. Thomas Roaches. Oh. Where do I find the flat? Commonly used in single color dye, deciding to be rendered obsolete by the invention of the all-purpose dyes. Okay. Can be exchanged for improved dyes. Where do I buy dyes? I need dye! Where do I buy the dyes now? Yes. I think they just want to kill him. Hmm. Yeah. Alright. Where was that? Why would there be a ceiling here? Yeah, they won't even let you land on there. It's so funny how restrictive the world is. That's what I should probably put that here. Yeah. Was that all? Oh shit, did I not enable those? Nope, I didn't. Man, where do I find knives now? Where the hell do I fucking... I don't want... Hold on, what level am I? Level 3, okay. No, level 13. Hold on. What the actual fuck, man? Why is dying so much? I mean, these prices are insane. Wait, can I make my own die? I'll do it by myself, man. Hold on. I'm not alchemist, right? Maybe not. The hell is Blizzard selling to me now? Blizzard is selling me, War of the Hatred, which we ain't fucking ever buying. Fuck you. You can fuck off on that shit. We don't give a fuck. Huh. Huh. I guess I can't make my own die? I thought I could. Oh. Alright, well, I can't make it because I gotta be level 30. Right. transformation. little unfortunate, a little internet thing here. I forgot I was playing. NVIDIA. Playthru card. 2018, the 15 CUDA. Oh, yeah, that's old. Yeah. Who's selling that? NVIDIA 960, yeah, there it is. No, yeah. No. That is a real old ass card. I forgot that I'm streaming. Hello. Out there helping my nephew. He's looking for a new computer. The problem is this. Right now, more than ever, is a really bad time to look for a new computer. The hell is this? Okay, no. Hey. Oh. Not enough of it. Yeah, my nephew is looking for a new computer. He's not a laptop, he's looking for a new one. And I'm like, trying to tell him, like, yeah, well, the problem is right now, that is insanely expensive. Mhm. Alright. I found something for him. Alright. Hold on here. There we go. That's an i5, 4 gigahertz, $303. Came out in 2020. Idiot. Oh, fuck. Hold on. What, that ain't what I was looking at. It said it had an video on it. Hey. There's a lot of RAM on it. Okay, hold on. I thought it said it had an NVIDIA. I thought it said it had dedicated... Okay. Okay, this is the other one I was looking at here. I'm an idiot. was Wednesday. Alright. Oh, hold on. No, with me. Elfin, Bro, really? Alright, so I need to be level 30 for this. I'm gonna work on that. Oh shit, I'm not in my home world. Fuck. Okay, how do I build this? So I need ash wood. And then a row formula beta. Okay, so I need still water, nothing, Matron's Vessel, and Gilvin. Okay. Level 29 items. Okay, that's where we go. Okay, so where is it? Around here? Oh, shit, I didn't know that. Okay, so the Rand's there. I didn't. Damn. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought there was somebody up here. Fuck. Alright. That's the hardest. Let's do this. On you. Okay. Where should I say it was? Oh, not ski at home. Is that Western not skiing? From Alifort in Western not skiing. Okay, this is where the game becomes like old school, like, okay, so I need to take yourself to Alafort Western and there obtain 15 fragments of grade A1 organized matter. Once you've collected enough, okay. Triangulate, I think that's automatic. Yeah. Okay, so Land Lancer, right here. Well, I don't know what they mean. Is that it? Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay. Okay, thank you, Discord. I'm like, hey, remember me? I'm in Discord. Hello. Oh. My God. Not turned on my my stealth. 95%, you're in. Come on. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Alright, so that's that. It's costly now to travel. Fucker, huh? That's her name? That fucker. The best read I've ever found. Oh. Now. What I get from that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Funny thing was, I wasn't even like when this for that. Oh, there you go. Where is that melding? Oh no, oh, I guess I got kicked out. Whatever. Nobody uses that shit anyway. how's it going? Yeah. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go over here now. Yeah. That's who I am. Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't have a ring. Oh, okay. Okay, laughing at myself because, like, there's this dude that I was watching. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna meld. Oh, okay. I'm gonna. Alright. There you go. What do I need? Uh, hold on. Hey. Alright, okay. Let me look at my attributes. Hold on. Alright, so gathering affects the rate in which you are gathered. Affects on the yield when a gathering as a botanist reminder, and the size of fish when fishing or spear fishing, right? Affects both the casting and recasting timers as well as the damage. Okay, so kill speed is definitely something I want, but the gathering, okay. Not a hell of a lot of perception out there, but I'll take that. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. I did it. Wow. Alright, so direct hit, we don't need, crit. Got it. Yeah, if it gathering. There you go. Yeah, I did it. Oh, cool. Wow. You're awesome. Wow. Hey. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, okay. No, okay. There you go. Buttons. Alright. Then we're gonna have to go back to Central France, I think. Right. 35 of these. I need more. Uh. East round. Okay, we gotta do better. Oh, okay. Alright. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Oh. Not annoying yet. Where's the other one at? This one here? Oh, where's it? Where do I find that? Oh, the upper halves in the South Shroud. Okay. Let's try this out. Increases that. 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 So I'm gonna try and get like 100 of each. So I can just make a bunch of high potions or whatever. Gathering points for what? Some gathering points will possess certain characteristics that, when exploited, it may increase overall yield of gathering. Oh yeah? Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. I need to find something. Hold on. Oh, okay. There's Kyle, building Azrael, updating Kel'Thas. There's... let's see, anything going on? Oh no. Oh no. Alright, let's see here. Well, why don't we listen to this? I'm gonna listen to some Final Fantasy news. Because, we are now a
Patch
Final Fantasy...
7.4 is over and done with for the most part.
I'm now
thanks to
a
last
Final
week's
Fantasy
Criterion
content
and
creator,
Variant
okay?
Dungeon release. That means there is just one major patch left in Dawntrail's lifetime, and we'll be starting to learn about it really soon. Friday, in fact, seeing as that's when the first live letter takes place. It'll be a whole lot of talking, rather than a whole lot of showing or patch trailer playing, but it's here that we'll learn from the horse's mouth what content is promised for patch 7.5. But I have some serious concerns about this patch, if I'm being totally honest. They've overpromised, and I am genuinely not sure if they can deliver. At least, not all of it. So let's talk about it today. Before we begin, if you want to support FF14 discussions, please do consider subscribing. So, Dawntrail has been a weird expansion for FF14. Player counts are down from the highs that were Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and sentiment overall is definitely more split on various aspects of the game than they were back then. Toxic positivity is being counterbalanced by rampant negativity, and at times it can definitely be a little bit draining. Despite that, we have received some insanely good battle content when it comes to raiding thanks to the various iterations of the Arcadian, acting as a promise of things to come in the future. Before Dawntrail, the team at Square Enix promised us a renaissance of battle content, and for the most part, in my opinion, they delivered. But 7.5 comes out soon, and I would argue that it is the most pivotal patch of the entire expansion, and the one that Square Enix desperately needs to get right. They've had a lot of misses with this expansion. Occult Crescent and the Forked Tower were rough, if I'm being honest, and more recently a slew of controversy surrounding the rewards for Quantum and Criterion were less than ideal. They could really use a win, especially with this patch acting as the prelude to the next expansion, likely setting the community mood coming into whatever is next for the MMORPG. A great patch garnering positive sentiment is the outcome they are hoping for. That isn't the only reason it's pivotal though. 7.5 is notable for a second reason, And that is because, for some reason, they have promised so much content to release during these handful of months. I'm pretty sure that if all of it released as expected, it will be the most content-dense patch in the game's history. I do just want to spend a few minutes emphasizing that fact by going through the list of content we are expecting to have throughout the 7.5 patch cycle, and this does include 1 or 2 items that aren't officially confirmed but have fallen through thus far, so we're still awaiting either an explanation or for them to come out already as well. So firstly, we are poised to receive 2 story patches, with one coming in patch 7.5 and the other a couple of months later in 7.55. These will act to wrap up the expansion and lead us directly into 8.0, and it's fair to say that these are safe and absolutely on track. There will also be all the day 1 content alongside it. The third part of the Final Fantasy XI themed Alliance raid should release, and considering that the first 2 were quite fun, I'm looking forward to doing this one at least the first time. There will also be a new dungeon and trial linked to the main story, as well as an extreme version of that trial, and an unreal of an older trial, likely from Stormblood, or potentially Shadowbringers at a push. This stuff is a given, and is the standard when it comes to patch release day content, and I'm sure it'll keep players busy for either a couple of days or longer if they plan to farm the extreme trial for the mount. It'll be a good patch to be farming that actually, because we should be receiving the end of expansion Giga mount for collecting all of the wings. We are also slated to receive a new ultimate, presumably 2 weeks after the initial patch in 7.51. Considering the ultimate was predicted to be 7.3, and Square Enix mentioned that this time it would release at the end of the expansion instead, my estimation is that it's essentially a lock at this point. The theming we are not so sure of, though I am confident I'm not alone in saying that I'm clamouring for an Ascian Shadowbringers themed ultimate, pulling together the storytelling threads into hopefully an absolute banger of a challenge mode. Whatever they do, I will be here for it. So that's a fairly dense first 2 weeks of the patch and is on pace with what we generally expect from an odd patch in the game, but here's where things start stacking up. Next, we have been promised a second zone for Occult Crescent, as well as a second raid at the end of it akin to Forked Tower. Considering Forked Tower's reception, and the fact that we have also been promised a more PUG-friendly difficulty of the original Forked Tower too, the development team have their work cut out for them here. So that's a new zone, a new raid, a content update to the old raid, and they can't even copy and paste the structure they used in 7.25 because it was so poorly received by the community at large. Parts of it were good, but parts of it were flat out bad. A new design philosophy will be required to make it really shine, but putting that together and having it reflect in the end product takes a lot of time. Yes, they've had a year, but has it been their focus with so much else going on? Honestly, I'm intrigued to see what happens here. It'll definitely release, but will it be completely different to Southbourne? Or will they throw in the towel and chalk it up as a loss, refocusing on next expansion? There is also supposed to be yet another cosmic exploration planet. This is a piece of content I haven't engaged with all that much. Crafting is very much not my thing anymore, but they have been pumping these out like hotcakes. Considering they have a system here that seemingly works very well, it's likely going to be no problem whatsoever. But then, we come to the matter of Beastmaster, a brand new limited job that promises to not follow in the steps of Blue Mage, but to instead have its own bespoke content and identity in some form. It's fair to guess that it focuses on capturing monsters and either training them or using them as your abilities in some way, and that the leveling system will at least bear some resemblance to Blue Mage. But the limited job experiment was not exactly the smash hit success they were hoping for initially, so they shelved it for so long. They have to have some really good ideas to bring to the table here to be resurrecting it, and more than that, using it as one of their major selling points for Dawntrail's post-launch content on the whole. It's better late than never, I suppose, but I am slightly nervous about what form this job will actually have. It can't be another Blue Mage, it has to excite and offer something fully unique. How meaty is it? How long do they expect it to last, players? Is there any reason to return to it after the leveling process? Will we get more than one update per expansion? I have a lot of questions, basically. That brings me to Blue Mage. Blue Mage patches traditionally fall on 0.45, which has just come and passed without a peep. Are we skipping an expansion? Is this the curl of the monkey's paw, that we'll still only get one limited job update per expansion and they plan to just bounce back and forth between the two? Will it instead release in 7.5's patch cycle? Or is it delayed entirely until next expansion? Whatever the answer is, I'm okay with it, but I would really like to see some kind of communication here from Square Enix. We should also be getting at least one additional relic step, or maybe two. I suppose that depends how they decide to design it. Sometimes they've done 4 steps, and in that case we'd get one more. In others they've done more, and we've gotten 2 from this point. If I remember correctly, maybe I misremember. I don't know. Either way, this relic has been a weird one for me. I like parts of it. It's better than Endwalker at least. I'm a fan of the system that they have with the first completion being a quote-unquote proper relic step, and then afterwards you get the tomestones for subsequent relics. I think that's a decent middle ground. But this relic has still mostly failed at being interesting, and they've also broken their promise of allowing you to complete it fully in Occult Crescent if you wish. That feels like it was probably a bit of a course correction after OC's shoddy reception, honestly. I hope this last step is fun, at least. I suppose we'll see soon enough. And yes, the list is still not over. We should be getting side quests like Hildebrand as well, and maybe Allied Society's culmination quest for Dawntrail, but more importantly, we are also due a major housing update. This one seemingly gets delayed every time they dare speak about it, but it has been promised for 7.5, and surely they have to deliver now. This includes features such as being able to upgrade your interior size, even whilst owning a smaller house, as well as an increased interior furnishing limit. These next options are more speculative, but there is also the chance we get an end of expansion trial. These are somewhat 50-50, but we've gotten some in the past, like Odin and the Gilded Araya. It's something to hope for at least. Next is a speculative second chaotic or criterion. I think this is fairly unlikely and kind of cope at this point, and we've had our lot for the whole expansion, but there's always a chance. But what I think is far more likely to fill that spot is that lastly, off the top of my head, is the content that Masaki Nakagawa is working on, whatever it may be. You likely recognize him for his work on some of the game's toughest and most memorable raids, but he has been working on a new project for patch 7.5 since at least last year, which he claims is quote-unquote a major piece of content for 7.5x, and something new and fresh for Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh yeah.
It could be Beastmaster. At least that seems like the only thing from the list above that might fit the bill, or it could be something else entirely. I hope it's the latter, because if so, it would be the most exciting part of the entire patch for me. But adding all of that together is a bloody insane list if you think about it. There's so much content, things for everybody. Raiders, crafters, casual players, group content, and pieces that you can dive into solo. A really promising portfolio. I'll be seriously impressed if they're able to deliver on all of that without delaying anything until next expansion. And if it turns out to be good as well, have they overpromised? Or will it be a patch to remember? Honestly, I have no idea. I have a feeling that something has to give. One or two entries being delayed until next expansion, or something like that. And if it happens, I can't really blame them, honestly. Either way, we will find out more on Friday the 13th. Unlucky for some, but hopefully it'll bring great fortune for Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please do consider supporting my Patreon or becoming a YouTube member like these fine folk, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. I got a lot of stuff to get to today. So in just a second, we have Jimmy Kimmel, yet again, is public enemy #1 of the Trump regime, and they are officially going full snowflake, cancel culture mode, authoritarian mode. They're trying to get him fired for like the 88th time. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump at this point is basically fully rubbing his corruption in our face. Wait until you hear the details of the new corruption scandal that just came out. You don't want to miss that. And then later on, the world is seemingly abandoning America for good. There is no coming back for the U.S. empire. It's only a matter of time until we are not a superpower anymore. We'll also get to Marjorie Taylor Greene erupting on Trump as Trump goes at Candace Owens. The right-wing civil war is...
I don't want to watch your video. Yeah, hear this.
Alright boys, it is time to get our daily quota of Classic Plus Copium. So this right here, Classic Plus, the reality, not a doomer take. Okay.
Alright,
let's see what he has to say. It's a video by Big Billy
Hey,
Games.
boys.
We have seen one video from him in the past, and this will probably be video number 2 then, I guess.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. BlizzCon is
there's
where
another
Blizzard
item
is gonna
something
announce
on your
Classic
nets.
Plus. I guarantee it. I would bet this channel on it. And I'm gonna be in the crowd when it happens.
Also, by the way, there's gonna be somebody right now wondering why on earth is he wearing sunglasses inside while watching a video. It's because I have a either really allergic reaction to something going on here, which would make sense. It is that time of the year right now. Or it's a eye infection. Either way, I'm saving myself from the light everywhere, and I'm saving you from me having really sore eyes, okay? So that's why I look stupid. That's fine. Get over it. Let's see.
So make sure you subscribe because I'm going to be using a whole bunch of content about it until it unfolds. All right, now let's get into the video. Now that I've put that out there, I want to actually talk why Classic Plus matters and why this is going to be Blizzard's
Dude, these guys are
last
so, like,
real shot to
crackheads.
get.
These guys are like fucking crackheads with this Classic Plus shit. Oh my god. Don't go outside. You'll hurt yourself.
I'm about to say something negative, so I'm
Oh,
going
no,
to
don't
let it
do
be the
that.
chaser to something positive. I love FF14. It's one of my favourite games, and I've invested tens of thousands of hours over the past decade and a bit, and I don't regret any of it. That's my
Good for
shield
you.
against
Who
the
asked?
pitfalls.
Anybody
Now,
ask her?
for the chaser. The leveling experience is, in many ways, kind of arse, and today I want to talk about it. It isn't all doom and gloom. It does a lot right, and I'll cover that too, but I'll be discussing what I believe to be some of the main issues and how a handful of solutions, both short and long term, could alleviate that feeling of malaise I get when I queue into low-level dungeons, or see the same complaints crop up from new players time and time again. With the hype cycle for the next expansion beginning to get going in the near future, I feel now is the perfect time to talk about these facets of the game I'd love to see get a bit of tender loving care. Before I jump in, if you want to support deep dives and discussions about FF14, please do consider subscribing. So, the first and most obvious issue with FF14's leveling experience comes in the way that jobs are designed in this game. I'm not going to critique Dawntrail jobs at endgame. Regardless of your personal opinion on them, it's fair to agree that they are all functional at level 100, make sense, and look extremely cool in doing so. They are feature complete. It's taken them a long time to get there. Years and years
Nothing.
of iterations and changes and new skills
The
as
hell was that all
expansion
about?
after
Nothing.
expansion releases. Some of those alterations were minor, others were tantamount to complete rework.
Alright,
Yet
where
it feels
where
like
do we
little
learn
thought has
alchemy
been given
at?
to how those jobs perform now in their
There's some
infinite
Renenza,
states.
right? No.
Thanks to this
Yes,
long-term
no.
growth, we have
No?
reached a point where jobs just often do not make
Britannia.
sense at low levels anymore.
No,
Rotational,
in
in terms
terms
of
Where the hell
satisfaction,
do you learn
or
alchemy?
as a
Fuck,
tool
I forgot.
to induct newcomers.
Alchemy,
They're
where the
just
hell
in
is
a
that
weird
from?
place. Like how Dragoon, for some baffling reason, doesn't unlock a single AoE attack until level 40. Or
Yeah.
how, for that matter, it doesn't even receive a third hit to its basic combo until level 26. How many dungeons into a Realm Reborn is that? 5? Before you get a third hit to your basic combo? AoEing in dungeons is one of the core tenets of fighting trash packs, and you'd think you want to instill that knowledge.
Shit, man,
early,
I don't remember
right?
what the hell not
Dragoon is nowhere
alchemy
near the
is.
worst of it either, to make things clear. It just happened to be the jobstone I had equipped as I wrote this script. Black Mage might be a better one. That job is just wild at lower levels. Fire 4 is the core of its rotation, right? You don't even gain access to it until the end of Heavensward at level 60. Even at that point, the job is an entirely different experience to what you'll be getting at endgame. There aren't any Umbral Hearts until level 58, and you'll be spending your time spamming Fire 1 in between Fire 3 procs, rather than managing your resources in the same way you would later on. Your priorities are all different. The job is something completely alien to itself at different level ranges. If we look at more recent additions, Viper and Reaper for example, just look at their low-level kits. Basic, empty, and devoid of everything that makes those jobs fun to play. These aren't isolated examples. Practically every job in the game is just bizarre at some point of their leveling experience, and most don't feel like they get off the ground until level 70 at minimum. Once you hit endgame, you realize what you're missing and it feels bad. And if you're new, you get the immediate impression that FF14 is a slow game without any combat depth, a false premise of how a number of jobs operate, and a bad initial tutorialization on how you want to be playing them. As an example of the third of those, let's look over to Warrior. At level 50, you unlock Storm's Eye, one of your combo finishers that allows you to gain a maintainable damage buff. It's an important part of your base rotation, and you want to quickly commit it to muscle memory. Firstly, why do you unlock that so late? But more importantly, why on earth do you unlock its AoE variant at a completely different point in your progression? So for like 8 levels, you're sat there putting up eye via AoE even on single target. It's so utterly strange that this is a thing. Monk has a similar baffling decision by the development team. So, at level 50 you unlock Perfect Balance. That's your job quest capstone skill, and later in the game it'll lead into your burst window, allowing you to execute powerful blitzes. It's a core part of your rotation. Very good, very important. Except when you unlock it, it's almost useless because you can't form shift yet. You aren't gaining damage from using it, except in very specific niche situations. So you either get into the habit of using it anyway to prepare for later and lose damage, or you ignore it for now and learn how to play the job wrong. It's interesting because this is in part due to the constant updates jobs have gotten to bring them forward into present day. Every expansion, actions are pruned and others are added to roughly maintain overall hotbar sizes, whilst adding an extra 10 levels of growth to keep that fulfilling leveling curve. This is necessary, otherwise we'd have 50 plus buttons to fit on our hotbars now. But whilst it is necessary, it has the side effect of making these lower level ranges feel barer and barer, and we aren't getting anything to replace what's gone. A bunch of OGCDs, thoughtless damage, but they speed up the pace of the rotations nonetheless. Situational tools that you only use sometimes, but when you did, they'd feed into the engagement you felt. Even complete job mechanics have been cut away from the first 60 or so levels of their progression curves, and nothing has been added. This leaves early game quickly entering the realm of samey and arguably boring rotationally. I think even if you're on the side of jobs being in a fine state right now, you'd likely agree that some jobs having 5 or less buttons for the first 30 hours of gameplay isn't exactly the best onboarding experience for somebody to get. So I suppose in summary of that, jobs play weird at lower level ranges. Often it's bad for new players and frustrating for old. But that isn't where the strangeness ends. For example, Many job actions are unlocked via job quests. At times, these can act as decent tutorializations on how to use the new ability you're picking up, as well as a fun or depressing little storyline to follow along with as you progress.
Mining.
But they are quickly entering an uncomfortable spot, because only some job quests at some points provide new actions. You are quickly creating this situation where players feel that they are not important to keep up to date with regularly. And then those same players completely miss out on core parts
Do
of
I
their
have mining?
kit, and
Hold on, do
end
I
up
have
being
mining?
dead
Hold on,
weight
hold
in
on.
your
I
level
just
of
realized
dungeon
that.
just
Hold on.
because they don't
Hold
know.
on.
I'm
Hold
not
on, do I even
necessarily
have
arguing
that?
that we should expunge new skills coming from job quests. That would probably be a bit of a loss that I wouldn't want, but there has to be a better way of presenting
Yeah, I
that
do, okay.
information
Yeah, I
to
do
the
have a
players.
mining, okay.
Maybe those actions in the job action menu could display exactly which quest they are attained from. Or, when you hit that level range that unlocks it, you are pushed via pop-up and guidance and reminder to make that your next priority with it instilled on you that this matters. Make it clear. I think the answer to the job conundrum is one that Square Enix have already touched on in the game to some extent. Low-level jobs should somewhat reflect their endgame version, just simpler. A kit should grow and make sense, step by step, expansion by expansion, and through playing it you should naturally be tutorialized in how to handle it later. Then, when you're doing story and dungeons, you're building muscle memory and knowledge. This is quite simple to achieve at its core. Reshuffle which actions you get and when alongside the release of the next expansion. So, a new expansion releases, you get actions or traits every 2 levels as normal, and the likely pruning of a couple of abilities occurs as usual as well. Developers still get carte blanche to do whatever they like in service of the job fitting their vision for it. But then, they go back and they reshuffle when you unlock older skills to skew them a little bit earlier in the process. Make sure you get the essential base fully unlocked by level 50. Provide an early AoE option. Make the progression feel really like progression, rather than zigzagging. I also feel like the baseline core of a rotation should be close to feature complete at level 50, even with any downsides that brings as a result. I think a good example with poor execution here is Monk, actually. By level 50, you have all of your basic combo actions, including each of its various finishers and midpoints, and that basic rotation interacts with itself in the exact same way it will at endgame. You are learning how and when to swap over certain combo actions versus others in the exact same way you will later. You unlock Perfect Balance, the ability that allows you to temporarily break those rules and will form the core of your burst window. The only thing it's really missing that I consider essential is having the finisher for those perfect balance charges that acts as the payoff for doing it all correctly. You get that at level 60 right now, so I'd love to see that shuffled forward a bit to account for how it bricks the rotation in its current format. Then, as you continue leveling, you get OGCDs, utility skills, the ability to form a shift, disengage, upgrades, and you build out your burst window around that core base that you already have. It all makes sense and it flows quite nicely. And then whatever surprises they have for the punching prodigy will unlock and it'll reach a peak at 8.0. That's kind of what I want for every job, I suppose. It lends to making lower level content a bit more engaging as you have access to more of your kit. It avoids Square Enix actually having to face the conundrum of allowing full kits at lower level ranges as well, and somehow having to balance that. And it also helps early game for new players, and means that it gives them more of a rounded taste of what makes the combat so fun later on. Speaking of which, are we really sure we can't just have that? The challenge of older pieces of content has not been accurately maintained anyway. Surely it could be on the cards for us to bring back our kit and have their potencies normalized based on the level of the instance we are inside. Surely, whilst it requires more upfront legwork, it's a nice solution for those that have hit endgame already. Just me? Okay, sorry, I'll move on. Now, the Hall of the Novice has seen strides over time, and I do want to take a moment to properly appreciate that. Square Enix has heard the criticism in that regard, and added additional exercises that I think are good. Good job, lads. but once again, job tutorialization is lacking, and when you get to endgame, it quickly becomes apparent just how many players don't even have a basic understanding of how their job works. I'm not talking 99th percentile pass monkey optimization, I mean at the level of being able to press their 1, 2, 3s in a sometimes correct order a decent amount of the time. Whilst jobs experience minor changes regularly, the overarching structure barely shifts, and I'd like to see the Hall of the Novice feature individual job halls for exactly that. A series of short lessons.
Yeah, they're not
culminating
gonna
in a
happen that one.
test.
It's not gonna happen. Where was that Kyle Ornstein video yet? Roger is crazy.
So we have already checked out one video from Kajato in the past, and we're gonna check out this one as well. Something has changed in the private server community, and it's about tribalism, or the lack thereof apparently, according to the thumbnail. Let's see what he has to say. I did really enjoy the last video, by the way, so I'm hoping this one is something along the same lines, but let's just play and see what he has to say. Also, I realized that I'm not subscribed yet, so let me fix that right there.
Not that long ago, the Epoch and Turtle Discords were basically at war with each other. Every time one community posted something, people from the other would show up to dunk on it within the hour. Server launches got flooded with curses and bad faith arguments from people who were openly rooting for the other server to fail. That was the normal state of the scene.
He's right about that. That did happen. I remember seeing that shit.
Then Turtle got shut down.
When what server was it that was launching? The day that Bronze Sphere was launching, that the general chat was just full of like haters, eternal WoW lovers, and all that. So yeah, he's right. That did happen.
And something shifted almost immediately. If you've been in this scene long.
This was so weird to me, right? Like, it just feels so weird when you're playing one version of the game, and somebody else who does not play the same version as you, they feel the need to come in and be like, oh, why are you playing this garbage, this absolute dog poo-poo of game? Why
yeah, they're in there to ruin your day.
Spam pregnant man emoji.
They're fucking miserable
There's
people.
so many weird things happening.
Miserable,
not even
fucking
just in the private server scene, by the way, just in any
unfuckable,
gaming scene in
people.
general. Especially in WoW, I haven't really seen it that much in many other games, but especially in WoW, it's like, if you play retail, some classic Andy is gonna be like, why do you play this poo-poo, dog poo-poo Disney game? And if you play Turtle, some Epoch dude is gonna be like, why do you play this game? Leveling is so slow and it's so bad. The changes made are so bad to the game. It's just...
I think you're dead wrong about that, Mr.
Because I just don't understand that
I've
people
never seen
can't
an
understand
Epoch
that people
player
just have
even
different preferences.
give
If
that
somebody is playing
entertain that,
something
you know?
or somewhere and they're having fun, let them. And if you want to play something else and have fun there,
Little
do
man
that.
children, man.
Why
Oh,
do
also,
you feel the need
damn,
to
I
like
didn't see
comment
that.
on how people should have fun? I get it. You want people to have fun, and you think your way of having fun is the only way of having fun. Let me just say,
They're
people
very
can have
they're
fun
very
different
childlike
ways.
in their
I
arguments.
know, dude, it's crazy. People can enjoy
dude.
different things. I know.
Who fucking
It's a
cares?
wild concept.
Enough, you know the pattern. Nostalrius players and Elysium players couldn't stand each other. Warmane had a reputation for treating everyone else like tourists. The Kronos and Blizz-like crowd thought Turtle was ruining what
Yeah,
made
it's
Vanilla special,
tribalism
and
because,
Turtle
like,
players thought the Blizz-like crowd was missing the point entirely. Every camp was convinced theirs was the real WoW, and everyone else was some combination of delusional or a scammer. The Discords had their own memes about each other. Reddit threads turned into pylons anytime somebody posted about switching servers, and the tribalism had been the dominant culture of the scene for as long as most of us had been paying attention. The Epoch launch was maybe the peak of it. You couldn't open a Discord without seeing Epoch players and
yeah, Epic.
I will say, I'm not that involved.
I remember the Epic launch, man.
If the title and thumbnail of this video is correct and the tribalism is either not there anymore or massively reduced, I think that is such a good thing. Because when it comes to playing on those servers, you're not really doing it to start hating on other people. You're doing it to find a version of the game that you enjoy. And maybe Blizzard is not offering that version for you, or they have made some changes you don't like, and therefore you're looking out for other places to play.
Nobody's fighting over
the game
anything.
you love without the changes you don't love. For example, you should just band together over trying to find these servers and share the love. Share the love instead of spreading hate.
There is no love. You're all
The
evil.
tribalism, especially in the private.
Alright, I'm out of that. I'm out of that. Share the love. Hey, you're not. You're like fucking evil hippies. Shut up. Love, man. No love. I'll find that Kyle Kalinsky video I was looking at. Clem. That's a good name. Where'd they go, Kyle? Damn it, Kyle.
So as you guys know, Trump has been obsessed with like vanity projects. He just got his name put on an airport in Florida. He's signing his name on currency. He wants his face on currency as well. He's obsessed. He's obsessed with like forcing himself to have a legacy, forcing you to acknowledge his legacy. So here's a new one right here. President Donald J. Trump's bridge. He posted this. Now, by the way, this is literally at the same time that the American people are struggling, man. Inflation's out of control, unemployment's rising. Everybody knows that, economic enthusiasm is at like 25% or something preposterously low. As you're struggling, he's like a toddler, like the toddler forcing his parents to praise his like shitty drawing that he made, right? Like, do you like my drawing? And it's like, oh yeah, that's amazing. Meanwhile,
That's very nice, honey. I think yes.
Trump is like, look, my name's on the Trump Kennedy Center. It's on the Trump. Isn't that amazing? Don't you think that's great? And then you have people who like can't even pay the fucking light bill or like, yes, sir, that's incredible. You're the best. It's just so hard to watch. So, but as this is going on, it's like he's rubbing his corruption in our face. Okay, so look at this new thing he's doing, and he's been crusading through, marauding through, things that are supposed to be held sacred and just like a wrecking ball destroying them. So here's renovations are underway. Doug Burgum says, thank you, Mr. President, for investing in our capital. The reflecting pool is about to look better than ever. So they're putting this like tacky blue paint on the bottom of the reflecting pool. In other words, they're turning what's supposed to be a reflecting pool so you could see the monuments. They're turning that into like a fucking Ramada Inn pool in fucking Toledo. like you're making it look like a swimming pool. It's not supposed to look like a swimming pool, but this is Trump's idea of style, right? I mean, this is for the same reason he's got gold on top of gold within gold. For the same reason he turned the Rose Garden into a Ramada Inn patio. For the same reason he's got this gaudy-ass style. Like this, he thinks this is great. Meanwhile, it's going to look like ass, right? But okay, here we go. Let's continue. So, Trump posted this. It says, Hussein Obama, and the reflecting pool. And then it says Trump and the reflecting pool. Now, there are many problems with this. Number one, it's literally the same picture. Okay? Number two, it was obviously edited. So, as the community note here says, these images are identical. Note the clouds and floating birds are the exact same, except the left image has been altered to make the water appear dirtier than in the original image. And the original image was also taken in 2004 when George W. Bush was president. So, lying that it's under Obama when it was under Bush, also trying to make it look worse and trying to make his look better. Okay? But here we go. Let's continue. There's also another fountain that that Trump fixed. See, this is it right here. See this fountain? So you got the LED lights going underneath. But like this is like just sort of a regular ass fountain here. I mean, there's nothing particularly crazy about this. Now I got to be honest, it looks kind of like a Vegas fountain with those LED lights changing colors like that. However, okay, now you stop and ask yourself, what do you think this costs, right? I don't know. I'd say maybe $200,000, $300,000 to get this fountain working again, and you know whatever, fix whatever systems are there and get those LED lights in there. All right, ready for this? So, Cuckturd says, "Hey MAGA, why did Trump pay his buddy a 1,000% markup to fix the fountains in Lafayette Park? How much in cash or personal remodeling work is he getting kicked back?" Ready? To build his mammoth White House ballroom, President Trump last summer chose Maryland-based Clark Construction. Since then, Mr. Trump has repeatedly sung the company's praises, even saying he wanted to refurbish projects all over Washington. That's what we're talking about now. In January, government documents show the Trump administration secretly gave the company a no-bid contract to do another job at a sharply inflated price. This is like Dick Cheney when he did that with Halliburton, remember? Key sign of corruption, no-bid contract. The National Park Service wanted to repair 2 ornamental fountains in Lafayette Park. That's what I just showed you, across Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House. The Biden administration in 2022 had estimated the work would cost $3.3 million. That's already way more than I would have thought, okay? But Mr. Trump's government agreed to pay Clark $11.9 million to do it, and later added tasks that increased the contract to $17.4 million, the documents show. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing, which I just told you, what, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 at most fixing this fountain that wasn't working before? This is it. This is all it is. 17 million DZACs? 17 million DZACs. So understand what's happening here. And this is not reading between the lines. This is not like gray area or speculation. There's no other logical explanation for this. What's happening here is Trump is purposefully picking the companies that will do the work for him, but also give him a massive kickback of the money that he's paying. So what did it actually cost? It probably cost, I guess a couple $100,000, but let's say maybe the Biden people were right. It's $3 million. That means, do the math on that. He's giving them $17 million for a $3 million job. That means he's taking $14 million of that. $14 million. And I don't know, maybe he's splitting it 50-50 with them. So he gets $7 million for doing like a mild upgrade of a fucking fountain. This is corruption to the max. They're basically rubbing it in our face at this point, y'all. That's what this is. They are rubbing it in our face. All right, more. New York Times. The Trump administration gave a secret no-bid contract, again, a sign of corruption, to the firm building the White House ballroom after inflating its value 3 times. This time the government pays, not private donors. So again, you have to ask yourself, this is like a mobocracy. This is like, he's like a mafia don, a mafia boss. And the move here appears to be just inflate the shit out of it, give a no-bid contract, and then you get a cut of that, right? You get a certain percentage of that. And you're picking the same companies because you know these guys are willing to play ball. That's what's going on here. And it's so egregious that even just like a cursory look at the facts really explains what's happening here. Okay? These are the most corrupt people that have ever been in the White House, ever. In my life, by far. Not even close. All right, now let me show you this. Breaking. A Syrian billionaire needed U.S. sanctions lifted to cash in on $12 billion in reconstruction contracts. So he proposed a Trump-branded golf course, cut Jared Kushner and Ivanka into a multi-billion-dollar Albanian resort deal, had someone physically deliver a stone engraved with the Trump family crest to a Republican congressman with instructions to take it to the White House, and then the sanctions were lifted. Holy shnikes, y'all. I remember the Bob Menendez corruption, where everybody was like, holy shit, he had like literal gold bars in his pocket. They were giving his wife like luxury cars and shit. Remember, was it Egypt? I think it was Egypt, but it was, I don't know, some country, right? And everybody's like, oh my God, this is like cartoonish. It's also cartoonish with the Trump regime, y'all. It is also cartoonish with the Trump regime. We're talking about a group of people. This family launched multiple scam meme coins on their own followers a couple days before Trump's inauguration. Melania had a shit coin. Trump had a shit coin. Total fucking scams. They have the crypto exchange World Liberty Financial, where 2/3 of the tokens were bought by foreigners. It's a literal pay-to-play corruption. Trump pardoned a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because that guy bought $100 million in World Liberty tokens. He's like, you literally can't make this stuff up. You couldn't make up that Eric and Don Jr. have a Bitcoin mining operation and that they created this thing called the Executive Branch Club that it costs $500,000 to join. It's like openly just a pay-to-play corruption scheme where, you know, billionaires and multimillionaires go and join and then they get favoritism, right? They have that Trump hotel in Dubai, totally illegal, by the way, because this goes against the emoluments clause. They have the golf course in Qatar. He took that $400 million plane from Qatar. Trump Jr. is invested in a company called Vulcan Earth, and he took $620 million from the government for that company. They have a resort in Vietnam, totally illegal. Never mind the live golf events where they got made a shitload of money for doing absolutely nothing. That's all Saudi corruption. Don't even get me started on the pay-to-play pardons. You go to Mar-a-Lago, you give him $1 million, he'll pardon whoever you want, which is why he's pardoned what? Like 24 people who committed the worst kind of fraud we've ever seen in our lives, stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from people, and like making it so Trump made it so they don't even have to pay restitution to their victims anymore. I mean, this stuff is out of this world. It's out of this world.
Yep, that's why you gotta bring back the old ways. They
It's
want to bring
wild to
back
just
the
watch all
old
this
ways.
happen right in front of our eyes, and for
ways.
the media to not really talk about it that much, the Democrats to not really talk about it this much. How many Democrats have told you that Trump made $160 million from foreign countries as president? And that's an outdated figure. It's probably more now. But how many Democrats have talked about that? How many Democrats have told you that? How many have tried to bring up, impeachment based on the emoluments clause for that? How many have talked about how Trump made $3.4 billion off the presidency total and his net worth is skyrocketing ever since he got back to the White House? How many have told you that Jared took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia? I mean, it's insane. It's insane what we're witnessing here. And let me remind you, as all of this is going on and they are rubbing the corruption in our face, ready? U.S. farm bankruptcies surge plus 46% as fertilizer costs squeeze farmers. The American Farm Bureau Federation reported 315 Chapter 12 bankruptcy filings in 2025, up from 216 in 2024, and the third consecutive annual increase. The Midwest got hit the hardest with 121 filings. That's a 70% jump. The Southeast followed with 105, up 69%. Together, those two regions accounted for more than 2/3 of every farm bankruptcy in the country. Fertilizer prices are pouring gasoline on the fire. Urea, the most widely used nitrogen fertilizer on the planet, has ripped plus 87% year to date and trades at nearly $720 a ton. For corn growers who depend on nitrogen, this is a dire situation. Many farmers are reporting they will cut the amount of fertilizer they use, shift from corn towards less nitrogen-dependent soybeans, or just take the yield loss. Farms are under pressure. Holy cow. So all this is going on, and that's just a little taste of what's going on as the president rubs his corruption directly in your face. It's incredible.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Mr. President,
And I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the
disgraceful.
other thing.
As you may have heard, there was a shooting outside of the White House press conference, White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. Now, in the main, I don't give an absolute F about that event. There was one time, Stephen Colbert was quite good. In 2006.
Michelle Wolf. That's the all-timer, I think.
I don't even remember that one. When was that?
2018?
Yeah, that was Trump.
Oh, 2018.
Before Trump got rid of it because he was upset that he was getting made fun of. Although it is significant in that many people draw the White House Correspondents' Dinner where Obama made fun of Trump to his face about birtherism and played the Lion King video and said it was his birth video. Many people say that's when Trump decided to run for president, so
I think there's something to that. But for me, like the best of the White House Correspondents' Dinner is when the correspondents are being indicted. I mean, the failure of the media in the aughts was particularly acute. Now they don't have the same power. The people in that room don't have the same power they had 20 years ago. They simply don't. Because there's a lot more competition in terms of like narrative building. Maybe not necessarily in terms of reporting, there's a lot less. But in terms of narrative building, and make no mistake about it, the vast majority of those people in that room were are narrative builders, whether they claim to be or not. Certainly there are competent reporters, but nevertheless, so I generally don't care about that event at all. I had no idea what was going on. I think even YouTube at one point asked us, like, are you guys going to cover that? And I'm like, wait, what? No. You know, people have parties down there. But this year, it was, it got more attention because a shooter who has been identified, apparently like a very well-educated guy, oddly, despite the fact that the president says he was anti-Christian, seems to have been quite Christian, belonging to like a Christian brotherhood or something like that. But his politics are decidedly anti-Trump policy. And apparently in his manifesto, he cited some rather generic complaints about Donald Trump. It wasn't tax cuts for the rich. It wasn't, hey, you guys are undermining the IRS. You are undermining the Department of Education. It was more sort of like general corruption critique.
Like if Kash Patel were to drunkenly type into ChatGPT, come up with a manifesto for a shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it would come out like that. Like,
Yeah.
in theory, that's what it could be, right?
No, I have no idea.
Did you
but
know
that's an
that
interesting thing.
the bullet casing said ballroom?
No, it didn't. Okay.
Right?
But here, Donald Trump sat down with Nora O'Donnell. This is from the Bulwark. I guess they pulled this already. So
the rest of them 60 minutes.
Exactly. But this is the president addressing, apparently, Nora O'Donnell's audacity at mentioning the manifesto and some of the more sordid parts of it.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, I did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of.
I'll pause it for a second.
plate.
I just, I don't want to get nitpicky here. I'm not exactly sure what he was totally exonerated from. I do know that a civil court, which does have a lower standard of proof, but a pretty high one in and of itself, but lower than a criminal court, found him liable for rape. Now, again, as a civil matter, not as a criminal matter. I don't know what he was fully exonerated from. Ever.
He just keeps he's said that ever since the Epstein files have been released.
I'm
that
just
he's fully
trying
exonerated.
I'm just trying to take him at face value. Now, apparently his name was in the Epstein files more than anyone else's, which, I mean,
it tracks with what
the hottest guy in the country.
It's so hot. I mean,
everyone can't stop talking to me.
If everybody's files were released, that'd be the number one guy mentioned.
That's what Michael Wolff said, that Epstein and Trump were best friends for over a decade. So that's what Epstein said to him. What would track?
I'm not a friend.
What
Credit
is
to her
this?
for saying, "Oh, you think he's referring to you?"
Oh, right. Yes, that was
Yes.
pretty well done.
I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were
Pause it for 1
involved
second.
with-
What the hell does that mean?
On the other
Your
side
friends
of
on
the
the
plate.
other side of the plate? You got a
Baseball? Was
lot
that, is
of
he going baseball he was?
lesbian friends.
Right.
Or gay friends. But
Other side of the plates, because he was going to say other side of the aisle. Then mid-sentence remembered he's talking to a journalist.
Democrat.
And he's not talking about it.
Or he's just hungry.
Yeah.
but on the other side of the plate, the people who... Go ahead.
Plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, you know, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, you know, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me.
Effort.
You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
How
But
dare
go
you.
ahead, let's finish the
How
interview.
The other
dare
thing that he
you.
wrote in
You're disgraceful.
the other thing.
I mean,
How dare you.
these critiques of Donald Trump could have come from really across the board. I mean, we're hearing, you know, disaffected Trump supporters say very similar things. The Epstein stuff, reminder, all of the Epstein stuff was really, really hyped by the right. I mean, and to be sure, there's some very important questions that need to be raised and some very high-placed people, and the questions of like a two-tiered justice system is present here. But I mean, if he's concerned about the being tagged with the Epstein stuff, it really is in largely like, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword. It's the Epstein controversy was certainly an element of his getting reelected.
Yeah, I mean, I even think like we can go back and look at
whatever the hell that
QAnon
is.
and wonder where that originated from.
Don't have that.
I maintain that it's very interesting that Bannon and Epstein had such a close relationship, and at the same time, with Bannon's familiarity with 4chan, there was somebody who came up on 4chan, then moved to 8chan, called themselves Q, and said they had all of this inside knowledge about pedophiles and drinking blood and it all being associated with the Democrats. It would be a very convenient way to distract from
Why not have
Epstein and
that?
Trump's relationship for that long of a period of time. Ahead of an election where there were a lot of controversies about him being, yes, an accused rapist. We didn't know too much about the accusations of pedophilia yet, but we did see those videos of his daughter sitting on his lap, if people want to look those up, and him talking about how attractive she is, or whatever. Yuck.
Swan. Go ahead.
Wasn't he barging into Miss Teen USA's locker room?
That's what I was gonna say, like
Yeah.
swanning around these pageants like a great white shark.
Well, nevertheless, Donald Trump is offended by it.
That's what's important.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. That is Bobby Kennedy. And then Cheryl Hines. This is she's literally like following after him. Like nobody seemed to.
Oh!
The shooter had written a manifesto, which, among other things, had said that Donald Trump was a pedophile, and well, he didn't say specifically Donald Trump. He said a government led by pedophiles and rapists, et cetera, et
Trump
cetera.
assumed that was him.
Yes, and he even said in his manifesto, I was sort of shocked at how easy it was for me to get in here with a long gun.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Emma's very skeptical that of the nature of this. But what I found interesting is that they took J.D. Vance out first, and then they took Donald Trump out from the room. It is and it's been commented on that the security this year was less than in years past, et cetera, et cetera. But who knows? And here is Donald Trump being led out. And of course, it appears that he falls. He has claimed subsequently that they asked him for some unknown reason. Let's just be clear. They've already taken J.D. Vance out. They didn't ask J.D. Vance to crawl on his stomach to get the 10 feet behind stage. There's no shots being fired at this moment. So the thing you want to do is get the principal, in this instance, the subject.
I'm the president.
The president. Out of that area, really, and to any other place, right? Because this is the gunshots go off outside in the lobby. You want to get that person out of that area, and they will grab the president or the vice president and just shove them into a stairway and a secured area, and then get into a car and speed off because they want to get him away. That's the way they used to do it. But here's Donald Trump. He couldn't even.
Is it possible we're going to play this clip in a bit where he's talks about how handsome the law enforcement people that helped him were?
We may do that. Maybe we'll just play the
like, is it
audio
possible he just collapsed from horniness because of all these men that were carrying
Oh my
him?
God! Everybody's so handsome.
It's raining men.
You could be the NFL.
You'll see Vance go first, and then President Trump. Trump. Oh.
That's what they told me to do.
That's weird.
Are you sure I should go down there?
Now later Trump says, let's play this again. I just want you to look, okay? What is the logic of the Secret Service having him stand up for 2 or 3 steps, and they're like, actually, get down before we take this one more step to get you off the stage.
Everybody pile on daddy.
Just think about guys, should I get down on the ground in this last step before you stand me back up and then walk me off? I mean, watch this. He is so, first of all, he seems to be incapable of walking 4 steps. He was freaking out so bad. But the idea that they asked him to lie down on the floor, we're 1 step away from getting off the stage. Get down for no possible reason.
Is it a mountain lion? Do I play dead?
Okay, they lift him up. Oh. Walking. Oh, yeah. They really.
I meant to do that.
And then look, they stand him up in the exact same spot. So
it was just a little tactical.
Right. You zig, you
just
zag.
testing you to see if you're on top of it. And you were. You guys are so handsome.
Right.
Yeah.
You got a zigzag.
Yeah, I know he farted.
Have a woman in the dress.
You know he did.
First of all, he's so fragile that they're afraid of dragging him off the stage, which is really the safest thing you could have done at that point. You don't stand him back up in the exact same spot. But listen, I was one of the people responsible for walking my 100-year-old grandmother into she's coming to this dinner, or she's coming to this, or whatever it is. So, let's look at some other dignitaries who are in the audience. Is this number 1? Okay, because we also see Stephen Miller using his. She seems to be pregnant. Is she pregnant?
Yeah. Yes,
pregnant wife is a human shield.
Yeah. Yeah, they call that a wedge breaker.
Okay, so you'll see in the foreground is Stephen Miller and his wife being rushed off. Stephen Miller has his wife in front. And then in the background, you will see that is Bobby Kennedy, and then Cheryl Hines. This is she's literally like following after him. Like nobody seemed to.
Oh.
Now listen. I don't know how I would react in this situation.
Yeah.
At all.
Get the fuck out.
But I suspect I would be like, wait, where's my wife?
Yeah.
He's never
This
said
is sort
that
of
before.
this is sort of a force majeure situation,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Well, you know when your life flashes before your eyes, you think about what's really important to you, and he's thinking about
Nosy, I love her.
Olivia.
I was gonna say, where's Olivia? Grab Olivia. Get her out of here.
Nosy.
The one that got away.
No felching for me tonight.
How do they decide who gets to stay there? And look at Fetterman, he's not getting.
What's going on?
Yeah, Fetterman is completely like
no braids to shoot.
Yeah, Fetterman reacts 2 minutes after.
Just shoot me. Fetterman wants to die and is waiting there.
Are we not getting dessert?
Where's Dr. Frankenstein?
Yeah.
But now it's how we need the White House ballroom because the private market just can't meet the security concerns.
Oh, let's talk about the. Do we have that image of all the right wingers?
I sent it in Slack.
Yeah, let's because I want to read just a little bit from this story from the New York Times, which just happened to come out. And look, I'm sorry. I know there are a lot of people who are skeptical that this was a some type of theater, that this guy was sent to fail at an assassination attempt as a way to justify the building of the ballroom. I suspect it was more of a just opportunistic.
Well, we can't rule it out, and we just it's
No,
important.
I mean,
it's
I feel
important
pretty
to
comfortable
speculate.
ruling it
It's
out.
important to speculate.
But the speculation, I think what's interesting about the speculation is like how very often what happens when something is being hidden, it creates a vacuum, and explanations rush to explain it. In this instance, there was clearly a tremendous amount of incompetence that allowed this person to get that far into the room. Now, granted, it's a hotel and blah, 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 but regular White House Correspondents' Dinner goers who have done this annually all seem to agree security was particularly
the
like
Washington
lax.
Post reported that they had a lower level of security than it has for other gatherings, which seems
it's pretty
odd.
stunning since you had the president and the vice president there now.
Right.
And he had already survived 2 other fake assassinations.
It's not like exactly. It's not like people are like, well, you know, there hasn't been an assassination attempt at this location since Reagan. So what are the chances?
Right.
You know,
Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Right.
That's how it works.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
In doing what Virginia did, to put it simply, again, guys, Virginia is deeply evil, deeply evil. I have no words. I mean,
You want a great breakdown on what happened in Virginia? Virginians voted to do some redistricting, largely, and I mean, I don't think there was any sort of like pretense about this. It was in response to Republicans redistricting across the country. You got Texas, you got other states where they have redistricted specifically with the hopes, it may have backfired, of gerrymandering so they could win more seats. And so Virginia decided, we're going to do that. We're going to do it temporarily. We're going to have the General Assembly in charge of redistricting, take it away from the Independent Commission until the census in 2030, which is when it's traditionally done. And people are anticipating Democrats will pick up 4 seats in Virginia because of this. And who best to break it down? The savvy and well-read Tim Pool.
Manipulated the map to eliminate Republicans. Now, many Democrats are saying, yeah, well, Texas did it first. No, actually, Texas didn't. Take a look at this map here, for instance. This is the 6th congressional district. You can see that's Corsicana and stretching up into southern Dallas. The new map, actually much, much larger. Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we apportion it based on congressional seat. This means that this area saw a population decline, so they made it bigger. It's population decline. To be fair, you can make the argument.
Pause it for a second.
They should not have.
No, keep it up and scroll up because I go back just a little bit. They made it bigger. But first off, how do they know there's a population decline? This is not, the census isn't out for another 5 years. So he's making this up. What they did is they went to, they used computer profiling to find out where there were more Republicans. And they basically diluted the strength of, they see that little blue tail there. They diluted the strength of that little blue tail by adding more rural area and turning that district red. Go ahead.
Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we apportion it based on congressional seat. This means that this area saw a population decline, so they made it bigger. It's population decline.
Yes,
to be fair,
finally,
you can make the argument they should not have redrawn their maps or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this looks more like a shift. Actually, you know, the easiest way to put it is, Texas is making it easier, has made it easier for, to be fair, this is an older article, so I should probably pull up, let's try and...
What the? He doesn't know. He's gotten so lost.
He's in the deep end.
The general
of the
argument
pool.
has been that Texas, oh, come on. Texas has made it easier for Republicans to hold their seats as opposed to outright just drafting up, doing what Virginia did, to put it simply. Again, guys.
What Virginia did in response.
Yeah, what Virginia did in response. They just made it easier for what is he saying? He's just saying he put it simply. He just made it easier for Republicans to. Now, this is. I don't know if I can say confidently that Tim Pool is knowingly lying, because I think you can never ever discount the fact that he just has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And really just has the ability to read on the fly and only reads into the first paragraph. But if you're asking the question, if you're one of those people who want to ask, like, oh, is this the case? Did Texas do this first or not? All you'd need to do is to Google, did Texas redistrict? And Google will fill in as soon as like you start to write it would be district. Put up a couple of, we got a couple of headlines. Trump to Texas on redistricting. We're entitled to 5 more seats. Put up the next one. Okay. Recenter it. Trump tells Texas Republicans to redraw the state congressional map to help keep House majority. Here's a clip here's a clip from Donald Trump on that very thing. And incidentally, this is a clip from local Texas television. Got it?
Well, a lot happening. Thanks for the updates, Brianda. So we are following a developing story in Austin this morning. President Donald Trump just told Texas lawmakers how many congressional seats he wants to flip from Democrat to Republican.
I think we get 5, and there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one.
So much fun!
So it's like, if there's any doubt in your mind what the intention was, now
We're gonna get,
and that's exactly what the intention was of the Texas Republicans. But the problem they had is that their seats were already pretty gerrymandered.
Oh, there you go. Melanie was talking about Classic Plus. About Turtle Wild Death. There you go.
Blizzard's legal hammer has come down squarely on Turtle's exposed head.
Yeah, you're like a fucking 2 weeks behind on that, buddy.
Blizzard's legal hammer has come down squarely on Turtle's exposed head. And Blizzard have won. That's because now, 8 months after the explosive lawsuit involving the RICO Act and all that stuff, well, now, 8 months later, it's finally over, and on May 15th, Turtle WoW will shut down all of its servers for good. But it's not the only one Blizzard's attack lawyers have destroyed. Blizzard are basically on a rampage here, and they're targeting a very specific type of private server, and we all pretty much know why they're doing it. But before I talk about that, first, let's talk about the end of Turtle WoW. Though there's another form of voice in the show. Turtle WoW was a pretty big deal. It was a massive popular private server that I think is best described as being an unofficial Classic Plus. Everyone who played it basically has praised it for the tons of new vanilla-like content.
It wasn't that
and it's
good,
kind of amazing. Everything they added respected WoW's tone and expanded
it
the
wasn't all
lore in
that
ways
good.
that people
I'm sorry.
did actually like. GMs were active and visible like they kind of were back in the day with real World of Warcraft. They were really good at fighting bots, actually, which was a bad look for Blizzard, who were struggling with bots. But basically everywhere you looked, people were saying that they were doing
no, I
Classic
can
Plus.
make an argument about that, right? They were fighting bots on, like, what, 2 servers that they ran? 3, 4? I don't remember how many they had. Blizzard has to fight bots on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of servers that they maintain. That's the reality of it. So it's kind of like, it'd be kind of like saying, like praising a police department for doing so good against crime in a Puritan community. I don't know. Not if you. No, we'll backtrack now on that. It'd be like praising a police department for doing so good on stopping crime, and the police department only covers one fucking block. There's actually a town I know like that nearby where I live. The town is literally one fucking block. Anyway, so
exactly like we've all wanted from Blizzard. And it turns out that got them results to the tune of 500,000 players. That's pretty huge. But, of course, the fact that we even know that was one of Turtle WoW's single biggest mistakes. That's because they clearly thought they were invincible, and not just through sheer hubris. They had servers in Asia, they had a leader in Russia, and that meant that they just believed the law didn't really apply to them. So much so, actually, that before the lawsuit, they were even poking the official Blizzard account on X in public. They were basically taking the piss out of them. Now, that drew a hell of a lot of attention. Now, in many ways, that attention was great for the Turtle WoW wallet, but of course, it's not exactly the kind of attention you want if you want to avoid scrutiny. So, Blizzard were clearly onto them, but Blizzard first needed to build themselves a legal case, and they sure did. Not that Turtle seemed to care about that for what it's worth, because even after the lawsuit came down, Turtle just kept going, saying that they'd weather the storm. Now, their last big move was an open letter to Blizzard, one asking to work together on fan licensed servers, which is obviously an interesting idea, but also one that did not pan out. And as much as there was a lot of feel-good vibes in their open letter, there was also a lot of interesting framing of other private server initiatives that, yeah, didn't really pass scrutiny. But let's go to the current day, because now Turtle has actually been ordered to shut down. What's happened is that AFK Craft, the legal entity believed to operate Turtle, has now got to stop all operations related to the server, and all operations related to anything Blizzard or anything WoW. And that means that with no other servers, no successors, no passing code off to another party, no forum posts advertising other servers, just nothing. They're not allowed to do any of it. And the same actually goes for Josiah Zimmer. He was their American marketing lead, and it was also their weak point. Blizzard is an American company, and that meant that in him they had an American that they could legally dogpile. And it actually seems that way. Quite simply, it's game over and Blizzard won. Now, of course, in all this legal stuff, there are other defendants that this doesn't apply to, but that's actually where the settlement comes in. Now, sadly, we don't know the teams that they decided on or if any money changed hands, but we do know this. Blizzard and the court consider it all to be done, and the lawsuit will be closed in June. And of course, now the Turtle has announced their shutdown, it does actually look like a complete Blizzard victory. But you may be thinking, okay, but will it stay a victory, and to what end? Will this stay a victory for Blizzard? Well, Zimmer and AFK Craft are the only two defendants actually caught by this judgment. The other people behind Turtle, who are of course way less exposed to American courts, could totally just pick up new aliases and try all this again. And really, it wouldn't be the first time that many of them have done just that. So in theory, a new AFK Craft could be up and running another private server, hell, by the end of the month. And maybe they've already started. You see, whenever Blizzard hit them with the lawsuit, it actually wasn't just about Turtle. What Blizzard alleged was that the leaders of Turtle were running a full-blown mafia out of private servers. Now, our own research turned up a whole bunch of evidence that does actually back that claim up. Basically, the people in charge were knowingly using passionate developers to just make themselves rich as hell from cash shop sales. That kind of thing has almost been an open secret in private server communities. We've seen leaked private messages showing leadership shit-talking their audience, ignoring Europe to focus on China to make more money, and all sorts of other behavior like that that isn't really a good look. And that means that this wasn't just a passion project, it was also a full-blown business. And a legal black market business at that. And to take it even further, one of the leaders is even said to use their position to spawn gold in their servers for gold sellers to sell. Of course, for a price. So they're basically just generating gold, exchanging some money, and then that gold is getting sold on. Now, of course, with free money like that, the chances of them fully disappearing forever are kinda slim. I mean, they found themselves a bit of a money printer. Why not try to do it in a way that Blizzard just can't really get them again in the future? Now, of course, we don't know everything. I wish we had the documents that Blizzard have, but look, even what we've seen, which is surely not everything, is still pretty damning. So anything that Blizzard got via the discovery process must be pretty damn juicy. And in a situation like this, discovery is absolutely vital. It's one of the key parts of the process where Blizzard legally gets access to files from the American defendant in the case. That basically means emails, Discord messages, finances, everything. So anything shared with that individual would have been seen by the courts. And I'll tell you why all this has my eyebrow raised, right? Turtle shutting down is genuinely unexpected given all the legal protection they had. By which I mean, of course, they're ran by a Russian, the servers are in Asia, it's all pretty far away from US courts. So I think what we can deduce from that is that whatever documents Blizzard got from the discovery process are probably quite bad. Blizzard may actually have something on some of these people.
That's what I think. Of course,
even if the people are out, you can't kill an idea. People want Classic Plus. Now, legally speaking, they're not allowed to share any of Turtle's assets. Yet, there is already a Brazilian private server that's basically just using Turtle WoW as its base. There will be clones in the future, many of them.
Already? I didn't even know that.
Absolutely know that.
Wow.
And they're probably happy enough, because the more servers they need to take down, hey, the more money they'll all be paid. But here's the interesting thing. Turtle WoW is actually not the only server pulling the plug. You may not have heard of it, but it's now time to talk about Stormforge.
I heard of them.
Stormforge is a private server network with a few different offerings. They've got a TBC server, they've got a Wrath server with new, unique content, and a Mist server that's going to progress to Warlords of Draenor and Legion this year. Well, that's not the only thing they have, because they've got an egregious cash shop. It sells XP, it sells rat potions, cosmetics, boosts, and even just straight up gear. Thing is, though, it's also going to be dying on the 14th of May. According to their own shutdown notice, Blizzard hit them with a cease and desist letter, and they have actually complied. So, that means one thing is clear. Blizzard's lawyers are on the warpath. Now the Turtle has been made an example of, I think everyone knows Blizzard are serious. If you're trying to make money off a private server, you've got a target on your back. And that brings me to the last major private server project that I think we need to cover, which is Ascension. And if I were Ascension, I'd start thinking about my exit plan. As of the time of writing, Blizzard have not yet taken down Ascension. Now, there's a few possible reasons for that. One is that they just feel untouchable, like Turtle did. But Project Epoch is another Classic Plus server that also got hit by Blizzard last year at the same time as Turtle, and like Stormforge, they folded to a cease and desist letter without it actually going to a full lawsuit. But unlike Stormforge, they didn't actually stop, and that's where Ascension comes in. Now, Ascension is the classless ARPG like WoW project. It's honestly pretty cool from just a development perspective, and what happened is that Ascension took over Epoch, which is a fairly gutsy move because it places them squarely in Blizzard's sights. And, well, things are actually going to get a little bit worse. That's because Ascension are gearing up to a launch called Conquest of Azeroth, which is set to be a vanilla experience.
And, you know, that's why I'm like, I don't think that shit's happening.
And literally right now, as I make this video, they're even selling access to the alpha. And that means that it's another full-blown business using Blizzard's IP to make bank.
Yep,
Now,
that's
they're
where I'm
carrying
getting
on
fucked.
with this so brazenly is obviously a sign that they think they're invincible as well. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the news before too long. Now, obviously, Blizzard would just
That
make
is
all of these
why
things
I
if they
ain't
could.
touching that
But
shit
Blizzard have
no
only got
more.
so many lawyers. So here's another question. Why did Epoch, Turtle, and Stormforge get away with this stuff for ages? Well, it seems simple to me. First things first. It's a no-brainer. It's almost guaranteed that Classic Plus will be a huge announcement this BlizzCon. Blizzard have basically teased that
7:35.
themselves.
Okay.
Now, we've got no official idea what that'll look like, but what we do know is this. Whenever it launches, every Classic Plus-like server will be in direct competition with a real WoW product sold by Blizzard. Blizzard is selling Classic Plus, and a private server is also selling Classic Plus. Blizzard will obviously just kill that private server. That's why Turtle's dying. So if you ask me, I think this is Blizzard clearing the field before their official Classic Plus launch. They're killing off the competition, and they're making sure that the only offering in the market is
It's not even
theirs.
about killing off the
That does
competition,
sound
though.
really
It's literally
dastardly,
about
but,
fucking shutting them down. They're
obviously,
making money off of their
World of
fucking
Warcraft
IP.
is theirs. It's not some open source MIT licensed project. It's
Yeah.
actually their thing. They've invested probably like, I don't know, $1 billion plus into the damn thing. It is fair enough that they, you know, defend their copyright and all of that stuff. And even the people engaging in these servers know that they are extremely shaky at best. So I don't think anyone's really surprised here. And I think that may even extend to why Ascension has at least found itself with a bit of a stay of execution. That's because a classless ARPG like World of Warcraft is just something Blizzard won't be offering anytime soon. So if they've got limited legal resources, it's of course more important to spend them on the ones that will actually compete with their product, which is of course Classic Plus and Progression servers. It's obvious Blizzard are doing all of this to pave the way for Classic Plus. Now, this is something that Holly hyped up. She hyped it up pretty hard, actually, and we know that Classic, as it stands, has pretty much been a ghost town for a while. It certainly has been pretty light in content. But of course, there are still developers at Blizzard, those resources are going somewhere, and it definitely isn't on making the existing Classic products perfect, because they're not. That means everything points towards Classic Plus as a major pillar of Blizzard's plan for World of Warcraft. Maybe it's even their Hail Mary to revitalize the entire non-modern WoW ecosystem. Now, as things stand, we're about 140 odd days away from BlizzCon. That's when we'll see what Blizzard have in store. And if the hype around Turtle is anything to go by, the plan should be fairly simple. Alliance Elves, Horde Paladins, more zones, more quests, and more emphasis on the journey than just the endgame. There's a hell of a lot riding on their initial announcement, and I think Blizzard know that full well. That team has obviously been operating in stealth mode for a good while now. And with all the Classic Plus project surveys out there, there's clearly more than enough data showing what will actually get people excited. The only question then is, can Blizzard actually make a Classic Plus, one that's good enough to replace the private servers that they've just killed off? That's what will matter to people at the end of the day. If Blizzard wants players' money, the best thing that they can do is just provide a better product and earn the damn money. They've certainly got the money with Season of Discovery. I think it's fairly clear they've got the talent, so that means they really don't have any excuses.
That's the whole thing, man. It's like everyone says that shit like they're incapable. Like they're a fucking multi-million-dollar company.
Could really be a new pillar of WoW in a way
they're
that the other classic stuff
company.
The other classic stuff has always
they
had
can
an
hire
expiry
people to
date,
do
right?
that shit.
It's always felt transient. We've always known where it's been going. But a Classic Plus that's just a new version of WoW that's going to grow over time, well, that truly is a big, new, exciting experience. It's certainly one that I can see myself putting a lot of time into. So let me know where you're at with this. But next, I think there's a video you gotta watch because we have a bunch of like legit respected industry analytics about World of Warcraft. And because of those analytics, we basically know how it compares to other games. So if you want to learn all about that, watch this video next.
People are fucking dumb, man.
Alright guys, so this has been a long time coming, but we finally reached the climax here. It appears like the Trump regime has officially murdered free speech in broad daylight. And they did it for Israel. Wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. So take a look at this. Under Trump guidelines, immigration officers could deny someone a green card for a social media post that says, "Stop Israeli terror in Palestine," or for participating in campus protests, according to exclusive documents reviewed by the New York Times. So, in other words, we are now revoking your constitutional rights. If you are an immigrant, even a legal immigrant, if you have a green card, we simply will not accept you having the quote-unquote wrong opinions from our perspective. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And by the way, this is one very small step removed from oh, I don't like your take on the minimum wage. Or I don't like your take on the war.
Yep.
Or I don't like your take on fill in the blank with whatever political issue. I don't like your take on MAGA. I don't like your take on Trump. You are not welcome in this country. So apparently they only want people in this country who are sycophantic little weasels who will, you know, felch Trump in public. Those are the only ones they want in this country. So let's go through some of it here. So New York Times article, the title is, "Under Trump, green card seekers face new scrutiny for views on Israel. In guidance to immigration officers, the administration describes participating in pro-Palestinian protests and criticizing Israel as overwhelmingly negative factors." Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is not something that a free country should ever take into consideration. You have an opinion I don't like, therefore we're not going to allow you in the country. Doesn't matter if you bust your ass, if you work hard, if you're a family person, if all the criteria are met. I don't like your opinion on this thing, so you're done. By the way, so in theory, at this moment, you could criticize America and get a green card, but don't criticize Israel, because that's somehow even worse. For decades, immigrants who have followed the rules and have not broken the law have had hopes of earning a green card, a document that allows them to live legally in the United States and gain a pathway to citizenship. But under new guidance issued by the Trump administration, immigrants can now be denied a green card for expressing political opinions, such as participating in pro-Palestinian campus protests, posting criticism of Israel on social media, and desecrating the American flag. Are you kidding me? According to the Internal Department of Homeland Security training materials reviewed by the New York Times. So, what I want to point out here real quick, people wonder why, oh wow, there's not really massive protests against the Iran war on college campuses. I wonder why that is. Well, here's your answer right here. That, you know, we now live under the Palantir surveillance state, and they decided to absolutely crush dissent and have legal consequences for people who are protesting, and so they've disincentivized anybody from going out there and telling the truth, or they might have any future career prospects absolutely ruined. I should also be clear that burning an American flag is literally a protected constitutional right. We had a case on this in the 1980s. Even the conservative justices, even Antonin Scalia, said, look, I might not like it, but it's 100% protected speech. And now they're saying we don't believe in that. We don't believe in freedom. We don't believe in liberty. We don't believe in Enlightenment values and those so-called Western values that we always suck ourselves off for that are supposed to be so special. We don't actually believe in that. We believe in primitive, savage, barbaric bullshit where if I don't like you, I don't like what you have to say, I get to ruin your life. They say the documents which have not previously been reported show how expansively the Trump administration is carrying out a directive from last August to vet green card applicants for anti-American and anti-Semitic views. Now, let's remember, guys, they consider anti-Semitic being against the Israeli genocide. They consider that anti-Semitic. If you compare Israel to the Nazis, which is correct to do, they say that's anti-Semitic. And apparently I was wrong. I said, you're allowed to criticize America, but you're not allowed to criticize Israel. Apparently they're saying, if you're even anti-American, we're not allowing you in. Guys, this stinks to the high heavens of NSPM7. And as you all know, this is basically the whole of government mindset approach change where they said instead of going after terrorism, like back in the day it was like, oh, we got to defeat communism. Then it became, we got to do the war on terror and go after Islamic radicalism, right? Well, now they decided just dissent. Leftism, liberalism, any sort of dissent against MAGA. And so if they consider it anti-American, an opinion you have, which literally is just like criticizing the right-wing government, well, they say that's completely and utterly unacceptable. All right, they continue. The administration includes criticism of Israel as a potentially disqualifying factor with the training material citing as an example of questionable speech a social media post that declares stop Israeli terror in Palestine and shows the Israeli flag crossed out. That is so insane that they think this is unacceptable. This is literally the only morally correct position. Stop Israeli terror in Palestine is just like the only morally correct thing you can say about that. Crossing out the Israeli flag is the only morally correct thing you can do. Or burn it. There's the only two morally correct things you can do. And they're pretending like this is so egregious that you shouldn't be allowed in the country for it. No, if anything, I wouldn't allow the other people in the country, the people who are waving the fucking Israeli flag as they're, years deep into their fucking genocide. The people who support Israeli terror. They're the ones who you should be looking at twice. That's like actually welcoming into your country like card-carrying fucking Nazis. They say the materials were distributed last month to immigration officers at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security and handles applications for green cards and other forms of legal status. They reflect how USCIS, long considered the gateway agency for legal migration, has rapidly transformed under President Trump into another cog in his administration's deportation machine. The agency has worked to strip naturalized Americans of their citizenship and has hired armed federal agents to investigate immigration crimes. They've also, by the way, they deported and kicked people out of the country for making a joke about Charlie Kirk. I'm not kidding. So they are the biggest little fucking cancel culture snowflake bitches. But the crime in this scenario is being right about stuff. If you're correct about stuff, they will try to ruin your life and kick you out. The administration is also granting permanent legal residency to far fewer applicants. Green card approvals have fallen by more than half in recent months, according to a Times analysis of agency data. Remember that person who spoke to Congress and said there's this whole scam going on right now in the government where people who went through the proper process and paid their processing fee, they're just not being approved. Like nobody's even looking, nobody's even processing their claims. And so the government is basically stealing like billions of dollars from legal immigrants and doing nothing with it.
I can't believe that's
and
all I
the
have.
guy who was testifying to this had even a Republican congressman, Kennedy, was looking at him going, "Are you serious now, son? Why is this happening?" And it's like, well, this is their fucking policy. Their policy is fuck not only undocumented immigrants, their policy is fuck documented immigrants.